Oh, I forgot to start my tuba. Hang on. There we go. Nearest Fianzin then. What's this band? I forgot about these guys. Hello. Welcome to Sketchy Day. Just want to post my link. I should probably post on Twitter. There's got to be some way to automate this whole process, right? Just open OBS and hit the button instead of putting a schedule on YouTube and changing all those details and then posting links on all these things. Well, I suppose it's not that big deal. Do, 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 do. Okay, good to go. I have a bunch of sketches here. Mm. Oh yeah, the interior. I want to add one setting to this magical square brush of mine. Is that really that dark? Guess it is. This brush is wonderful. But I think it would be quite nice if... there it is. Specify by size on the screen. So when I zoom out, the brush is still big. I find that really useful for these like really blocky brushes, because I'll zoom in to do more detail and I end up having to constantly resize the brush. I suppose it makes more sense for a that type situation, doesn't it? I'm trying to imagine this science lab interior for this character I've been developing. Just need to look at some refs. It's meant to be for a side-scrolling game, but I'm trying to really give it depth. Let's see. I have the tube, yeah. And then maybe some light coming from the top. Oh, is my chat working? But it failed to load, hang on. I feel like Twitch has been kind of touch and go lately. Just doesn't load. Doesn't want to load there either. Yeah, it's just not loading. Well, no biggie if not. The YouTube VOD's there. Either way. Now. I mean, it's always gonna have this flat ground plane to a certain extent, but so one of the first areas in this game I'm figuring out is supposed to be that you're in a science lab and you've been saved. Or rather, you think you've been saved and then it turns out you actually haven't really. And then she's gonna send you off to find some things for her, and you won't have a choice. And then that's like the beginning of the Metroidvania setup. Still haven't figured out the character's design properly. That was kind of the main thing I wanted to work on today. Well, that's the main thing, and this work in progress I would like to get on with because I've been working on other things for the last week or so, and I don't like I really don't like leaving something unfinished. And we already did the hardest part, which was figuring out the perspective and designing the motor broom. So we shall work more on this today as well, depending on how my body holds up. I don't. I don't know if I'm going to be really sore after sitting here for too long. Kind of mixed up my foreground and background stuff here. Let's take the I've lost my brush. Oh, there it is. No, wait. I want this one. Maybe this one. The order of my brushes is messed up. There we go. Let's see. Okay, it's not ideal though. That's one thing I wish Clip Studio would figure out is how to do big texture brushes without them lagging. They can fix that. I will give them all my money. Just put some glow on there and lighten that up a bit. Darken this area. Then do a new layer. And we need a platform. We'll say the square brush does pretty well at big sizes. It's not perfect, but I think we can squash that up a bit. It's been good. I've been, well, interesting, changing my mindset to work in a 2D game environment. So I do want to fully make a character or two and sprite sheet and a couple of enemies and things, and just see how much of it I can actually build. But it makes for a nice project to design as well. And I've been doing lots of notes for that, because we have this mad scientist in the corner, which I haven't shown anyone yet. Okay, let's put that there, and then we have the foreground. Oops. You know, oops. Clip it. Cool. This is tricky. You know what? We need an entrance. I feel like we should make this room seem smaller maybe. And then have the entrance here. We'll make this good size. That looks like a tree, but I suppose making it round isn't very fitting. So we'll make it that. And we'll just put some light value there so we know it's the doorway. Mixing 3D art and 2D environments. I feel like that would be something well worth making a course on. More detail on this. It's very liberating using just a hard, flat kind of brush. Cables. Mm-hmm. I guess a lot of it comes from the background layers and the parallax. I was uh I was playing the beginning of Hollow Knight last night to like analyze it, and it was quite hard not to get carried away with just playing it, but I managed for a while. And I realized just how many layers they have. There's like 15 layers of artwork going on at once to really give it depth. It's such a it's a thing you don't quite pick up on unless you're actually looking for it at first. Like you think, oh yeah, it's a nice bit of foreground and background. But when you actually count the layers because of the parallax, it's like, oh, there's a lot. And the levels themselves, like the main game is still very much 2D, so I think it's really impressive how much depth they managed to put in there. Maybe maybe make the door even bigger. You know, it's a big ass science lab complex type thing. And make it a bit more, make it seem like the light's coming from it, I guess. Looks weird like that. It's one of those rare airbrush rooms. Nah, just leave it. Give me my square brush. I was thinking this mad scientist doctor woman should be quite large compared to you. Like, I want the main character to feel a little small. Oh, there you go. I think my Twitch chat's working now. Welcome, anyone. So this goes here, and definitely mixed up my layers here, but it's fine. It's concept. Doesn't have to be right. I do think some of this stuff here is not helping. Need maybe some tube type stuff. It's hard to. Do I want to make it a special effect where it looks like it's the ground in 3D? Like, this kind of perspective. think for this step we don't need to do that, but for this part it could work, but I think there would still have to be a layer of hang on. Sorry, sneeze. They really hit me out of nowhere. I swear, it's this house. I can be totally fine all day, and then just this one moment, the most violent sneeze hits me. Okay. The way I've seen them do it in some of these games is you kind of have a little bit of a 3D feel on some tiles. Um, and then you put the rest, you kind of like copy paste those kind of tiles on top in front, so they'll be in like part of the foreground rather than an element you walk on. It's a weird mix. Not really sure about the fly area over here. So we have these tiles, and then we go for darker ones. But they'd be on a layer in front. Maybe this layer in the back's gonna push things out better. Oh, wait. Put it behind everything because there we go. The volume. this angle to work better. We should get a bit more square. And it also makes me feel like this angle could be a little more round, so that we're looking up more. I feel like I've made this background thing too big. I guess I haven't quite figured out the size of her lab, but she's like the size of her doorway. And this stuff in the background's way too big. Need another shelf. I don't know why I've given this cat ears. It was supposed to be more like horns. Kind of want it to feel big but claustrophobic, I guess. Which is a lovely contradiction. I like to imagine a big work table in the back. Like, let's, okay, we'll do a new layer. Yeah. Maybe a bit more contrast on this, but not enough to take away from the foreground. I guess Metroidvanias break all the perspective rules, don't they? That is better small. I like the idea that there's it's implied here that there's like an entrance leading to something further in the back. Hmm. Just smooth it out a bit. And this brush wasn't as good as I thought it was. I think it's not far off, but maybe once we put some foreground elements in, it'll come together. Yeah, that's part of the problem now. It's so much easier when it's nature rather than man-made things. Because I'm trying to make things more blocky and square, but it feels like it's going against the mad scientist vibe. Where's my other refs? Let's see. Oh, that's a good idea. guess a few more organic shapes will be alright in here. Once we get a smaller brush in, we can have a light too, maybe. I feel like this is halfway towards what I want. And there's some things I'll refine into more monster mad scientist themed once take it to the next stage. Mm. Do, 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 do. I think that really helps fill out the rest. Do we want this to be a light up here? That's the question. Yes, we could. Let's do that shape better. Maybe not as strong though. I want to do it for this one too. And for the doorway. That should go on. In between. I like these top elements, but they're definitely too evenly spaced. Ooh, interesting. Still figuring out color schemes. This one has grown on me. I feel like it should match the outside of the lamp, which is mostly... It's got like some neon reds. We can get some greens in there. Oh yeah, that could be it. And this blue is rogue. We want pink. Reds, maybe not neon enough. Let's do some manual colors. I'd like to keep this red, this green going. I think the main character is gonna have blue on them. Is this color right? Should it be blue? the three colors, blue, red, and green. Not so sure. Maybe it just needs refining though. It's not working. Maybe just more red and blue, less green. Let's try changing that to blue. I suppose the red could be good. Blue could be better. Since the character is going to come out maybe more blue. It's just that blue feels like a safe color. I suppose if the tank's blue and the main light in the middle is red, kind of gives a mixed response, and then we've got the purple on the left. Trying to figure out if she's a friend or an enemy. The blue sort of looks like healing, doesn't it? Let's try another gradient map just to... Oops. Also, could copy that to its own layer so we can mess around with it better. You know what? The pinky purple might be still the better option, as long as we don't go too red. Yellow looks like amber. Green just looks pure. I don't know. Green seems too simple, too obvious. Like every mad scientist lab is green. Maybe I'm trying too hard to be different. Oh, color schemes. Yeah, like I am leaning towards this. It seems to fit the colors for the exterior still. It's not too safe, like a super friendly blue. It's like got that slight hint of green in there. I suppose it depends how you see it. Apparently, blue and green seems to be the color that people see the most differently. Like, in Japan, they even call like traffic lights blue and not green, which is really interesting to me. And I've asked a lot of friends before, I'm like, if you had to say blue or green, what color would you call this? And I'll point to something and they'll have very different answers. And then also, you know, you throw in the other words. People seem to agree more on what teal is, but then whether teal is blue or green is where people disagree, I've found. You know, I think this color scheme also matches the Doctor more. So we'll keep it that color for now. And Um, it's, it's like I want these environments to kind of be dark but colorful, if that makes sense. I've been looking at a few different things for inspiration, but it's definitely difficult not to get swayed along um by Hollow Knight. Just because there's so many things in there that they did like well. Yeah, this is definitely a. That's not in a group. Do 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 do. And group and that interior too. You can see. I don't know if you noticed the one on the right here was my first rough attempt, but I was doing that on my tablet downstairs, and I struggle to do scenes like this. Anything that involves many layers, I find, is a bit awkward without like a shortcut device or a second screen or something for all the menus. The screen fills up with too many things like my brushes, my layers, my brush size, my color swatch, even though it's like a good sized tablet. And I guess it just feels slow is all. See, the red's still pretty good. I'm gonna whack a different color scheme on this just for the sake of trial and error and testing out stuff. What about a real rainbow one? I guess it could be a subdued one. Goes against what I just said. I think I used this one as a base for the the exterior. I roll. But that does fit the blue better. We could still have the red light in the middle. Blue and orange would be cool. I just like the color scheme. I don't know. I don't know if that counts. I'm gonna switch my desk to standing. One sec. Okay, we're standing now. Blue orange, it looks kind of ominous, but kind of safe. Go full red. Nah. What else we got? That's maybe not bad, Kind of matches the colors from outside the house. I think I'm still leaning towards this first one, but this one has potential. If we try not blue, not blue, not yellow. You know what? Nope. Needs to stand out. I do like it with more red. And let's airbrush some colors around the edge, maybe. That one's kind of cool. I don't think it's the one we'll go for, but it does have like an interesting vibe to it. Like that weird muddy yellow. The center being vibrant. What happens if I put those in a group? It screws it up. Oh wait. What does it? Through layer mode. Why doesn't that work? Do these need to be set to through as well? Or nope, that's just for folders. I don't understand why that doesn't work anymore. It used to. I used to set a layer mode to through. Oh, I suppose I should set the layer mode to color the mouse. And if I set those to normal, doesn't change. Right, gotcha. I think the first one's still better, but having seen the second one, it was a good example. Although something looks wrong in there now that I look closer. It's not applying the gradient map. That's weird. Why don't you apply the gradient map until I put it over here? You are testing me. I'll have to do that. I'll just do that. It's weird. Those layers used to work better. I think the original colors are better. But that one's tempting just with that. I don't know. How's the music volume? So that one's probably better. Bettest? Yeah, whatever. Okay, we got the lab interior. Can turn off the old dud one. We did have. See, this is what I did on my tablet, and then I'm just like, okay, this is hard. And then I came up and used the PC the next day, and bashed out this version, and then realized it wasn't in widescreen mode and turned into this. Some things are just easier to do on the PC. But people do amazing work on just an iPad. I guess if you use it all the time, you probably do get faster with it. I'm just so used to having like uh my Razer keypad for shortcuts and all this space on screen for things without having to constantly open and close menus. Not that it makes me faster, but right. Well, that lab interior is looking good. There's another one I want to do, which is I figured one thing we'd have in this game world is like a be like a monorail, be like a hanging train, and I thought that would be quite cool. Start with a nice dark again. It's in a group. This one can be some weird shade of red. Mono hanging rail. Let's call it that. I do really want to figure out the character because I want to make a sprite sheet and then um we'll have the running action and walking action animated. And we can then sketch out more like some of the ideas for attacks and abilities. I find it I mean, I've got some sketches, I've got a bunch of ideas, but using a stick man to draw them doesn't feel very productive. Like, you want to know how it's actually going to look. Let's see. Oh, I just pictured if we came back to the lab later on in the game and she wasn't here, could like use that pathway I've put in the background. If I get a pen. Oh. Like we've got this bit here. Could be like this stuff could be moved out the way. So then we could actually go through it. May as well make a note of it while it's on my mind. It was pretty hard to get going with this idea at first, but it feels like it's finally, you have to stew on it for a while for it to really start sinking in. I can't just like pop an idea off. But after like a few days of it being in the back of my head and just doing other things, it sort of comes full circle. Secrets. Ish. Let me put that in the right folder now. No. Leave that in there. Right, where were we? Alright, monorail. Oh, the hardest part. Starting with a blank canvas. I do want to get more. I need to figure out the first area and then I can design like what some platforms will look like and stuff. Because I have like I've managed to put together a demo of stuff so far in Unity. Although it's just basic running, jumping, but like refined the gravity on the jump and stuff. So it's like actually works rather than just whacking a jump code in and it being very mediocre. But once I put my own graphics in, I think it'll be super motivating. Let's see, we've got gray. And I had some references of these hanging trains that look really cool. Where'd it go? I'm losing focus. Where's my reference? There we go. Rando refs. Oh, there's a tunnel as well. That'll be cool. The ideas are definitely building. I think what happens sometimes is you get too many ideas, and because you know you don't, it's going to take you too long to draw them all, you like lose interest in some of them. Or it becomes more of a daunting task. Alright, let's see. Hanging train. I'll do... That's the wrong brush. Give me the square one. Thank you. Train on the right or the left? Whatever. Let's put it on the right. No, everything else is on the right. So, this would be... This is starting to feel too much like Hollow Knight's design, but I don't know a better way to make it look without it being like really flat. Or the 3D not working. We've got this space here. I guess it'll come together more once I do some more sketching. But I have faith in the process. I do feel like let's make that a bit. And have it. You know what? It's maybe too big. Trying to think about the scale too. Oh, it would be good with these parts on the bottom actually. I like that. And it's gotta have something that looks like a mouth. I remember a design tip that was basically put faces in everything discreetly, and that's how everyone will find them appealing. And I think they're right. I think that's it's from Zootopia as well. Let's see. I have a triangle brush, although I don't think it. Oh wait, pop, pop, pop. We'll give it a couple of mini ones. This brush seems cool, but it's constantly the same direction. I don't want these windows to be square, but actually, we'd have the whole front part would be a window, really, wouldn't it? Let's see, we'll do this and let's make the whole window dark. Combining monster stuff with modern city stuff, it's like you want to put spikes, sharp angles, and everything. But a lot of modern city stuff is very square. Oh, went for a drink and my coffee's gone. Right, I think we should bring that down. I want it to feel like we're looking up at it, kind of. And behind it would be the contraption that holds it, which is mess with that a bit. Oh, I see the problem is the back. Well, I guess it would carry on through. You know. It's coming together. I think I'm inadvertently drawing something else I've just realized, but I'm okay with this. I'm just going to give everything things that look like horns, but they could be ears. We'll make the top bigger, which is breaking some rules, but and then push that in there. Okay, back to the background. I don't really know what's around it. Oh, actually, maybe some big ol' poles. And I do want there to be like a platform up here. I'm wondering about the size. I think that works. Kind of like that. More. I'll put a bit of a needs a kind of border around it, isn't it? I know it doesn't look like much yet, but in my head it's coming together. It's this platform stuff. Maybe it's too big now. Platform down. It's like a step up. The drop off. A bit darker. It looks so good when I like actually look away from it and look back, but in my head it's coming together as something I like. I mean the lab interior to me looked kind of garbage when I first started it, and then it just gradually got better. You just have to have some faith. Um, ba, 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 ba. Oh, that's a good idea. I do think the train still needs the underside to be much more visible, so I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do it on a layer underneath. I feel like it should be like there. Don't know how to fade it off into the background. Not to mention how I'd even animate this. Maybe this'll work. Just completely fades. It's not as bad as I thought. I kind of want to go over this with some more detail now. That brush is tiny, but got bang. I normally would keep blocking out, but I just feel like some lines are gonna really help this train idea. And a bit more variation in shape here. Ooh, it's Friday tomorrow. Zen Zero 2.0 release. I'm quite looking forward to that. The only uncursed anniversary patch in all the in all the gatches. his teeth look way more goofy now, but I'm okay with this. So, put these ones here on the side. This is the kind of thing I should be doing once I've blocked out more values, probably, but I do think that helps a lot. That's better. Oh man, it's good to be streaming today. I think it's been over a week since my last one. It's funny, when you stop doing it for a while, it feels like harder to jump back into it. But I've already been more productive today than I expected, so I will take that win. Let's see, give me... That's what I wanted. I wanted to fill these in a bit. Shit. Sorry. Totally knocked the mic. I need a better mic arm. I feel like I'm climbing around this thing. How do artists do it? If I have a top-down mic, I can't see. If I have it on the right, my pen and my mouse and stuff just like constantly rattles around too near it. I have it on the left now. And as long as my left hand stays on the keypad and never leaves it, it's like okay. But as soon as I move my hand, it's like precariously in between the two bars of the mic arm. Maybe I just need like a really, really long microphone arm that can like reach all the way around from the back of the desk. That would be better. I think that's half the problem. Doesn't reach. Put a little. Just a little volume. Not too much contrast because these are background elements. Do need to straighten that out a bit though. It's better. Don't neglect your tools. What else would be in the background there? I don't know what they are. Abandoned stuff. It's funny how this stuff totally cheats perspective. It's quite fun. No, they are pretty high up. I was thinking of putting like some spikes or some platform underneath, you know, like down here, but it seems like that's a bad idea. It'll kind of ruin the vibe of the train being quite high. Hmm. I just feel like the platform itself's not working as intended. Oops. Like a cave. Not a. Well, I guess because I'm going for a dark vibe. I feel like this is like it's coming out of a tunnel. I'm picturing it coming out of a tunnel, and it would be in some open areas as well. But from like the references I've got and stuff, it's like at least 30 feet in the air, and I think that's a cool vibe because it'd be really cool to see it go over areas you've already done as well. Be like a nice fast travel type mechanic. So putting anything down here feels like it takes away from the vibe, but I guess this is supposed to be like a boarding platform station, so I guess mm, they wouldn't actually make you, you know, it's like getting on the train, you aren't forced to like leap over anything, are you? Uh, maybe just put, if I can draw a straight line, put a bit there. And behind it will be how did we get onto such jazzy music? Oh, we're on the electro swing. I didn't even realize. Uh, as much as I like this, I feel like the music's throwing the vibe off now. I find what often happens when I draw scenes like this is I draw things too big and then I have to scale it down and add more detail and scale it down and add more detail. Although I don't think that's a bad way to work. Although it does show a slight lack of planning. Uh, Aurora, Attack on Titan. Best Kawaii Future Bass Mix. I'm sure I like those, but the name's not great. Hiroyuki Sawano. It's Puddle Ship Boys. I don't know what this is. Let's see what it is. Oh, okay, I knew it. That was so quick. Maybe that platform's in front. I don't really know what these platforms would be made of. I guess it'd be like girders and stuff. Maybe this is one of those times where a more 2D look works. Although actually, I just had an idea. Color's too similar. Maybe turn that off. Tolerance 15. Is that really on? Oh. Tolerance 6. There we go. Give me that. Scale it. Foreground element. Down. Sort of. It's not ideal, but platform. Turn you off for now. You know what? Let's listen to Sidegar. Right. Platform made of something. The only references I have for this kind of platform stuff are like Mega Man X and others, and they're a lot more two-dimensional looking, you know? And I want more of a three-dimensional feel. This is halfway to what I want though. Maybe it's just the values. Wait. Oh, hang on. We can probably cover that with a foreground black vignette type thing. It's like halfway to what I want. That platform is what's bothering me. I guess not every part of the world is going to be able to have proper 3D looking stuff, is it? And if there's enough layers in the background. One thing the game definitely does is we get rid of that crap. There we go. It'll take an already existing bit of like foreground design, and I guess they do it more with parallax, so it's not going to work the same here, but they just overlay them slightly. And then when your character moves and the camera moves, kind of gives you this little parallax effect. So you feel like you're walking in a 3D environment. I'm just not sure how to do that with this. The other thing they do a lot, which I like, but I don't want to abuse too much, is screw let's merge those. They often fill in areas, like big areas of platform with black. Oops, that's not the right color. So you wouldn't see all of this, but it doesn't quite make sense there. I think it's because I've made the platform too light. This one's certainly taking a bit more brain power. Let's just make the foreground a bit. See, the lab one works really well. I suppose it could be cables and stuff hanging from this one. Not my finest, but it's working, right? Do you think... What else would there be? Um... Oh, I've just remembered some other stuff I wanted to draw. Well, it's fine, I wrote that down. I had some ideas for decorative stuff and props and that kind of thing to go in the game. Like 1 or 2 items you can find and just things that are likely to be found in the environment. Okay, the platform I have now decided is too light. So we're gonna make it darker. And add some lightness to it. Some of these interior bits darker. I think the problem I was having here was I should have made the girder kind of shapes light. And the area behind it dark. Or it should be transparent. that sort of works better. Do you want to make that area darker too? Let's take an airbrush though. A bit more contrast for that. Maybe a bit darker too. That's too light. Where's that pillar there? We need a bit more. In the background there. Oh, that's better. This bit just needs a little more info visually, I think. Never pictured myself drawing a train for fun. This is pretty good. Maybe a little darker. Actually like that one being foreground and background. Though it's doable. Not sure how I'd do it exactly, but that size feels a little more reasonable for... It still feels small. Maybe the train's just too big now, but I want him to be big. Just need the whole thing. Train a little smaller. Maybe. I need a sprite of my character to put in this scene. Smaller or bigger? What's the scale on our other scene? They are quite small compared to other creatures. That doorway represents it. That's that doorway, that's that size. Bigger, smaller. Decisions. Does feel a little tall. We could make it a little wider, maybe. No. We'll just assume it's a really big train. Because monsters come in a lot of different sizes. And we'll take the... We'll just take this and make it even bigger. And that'll just fix everything, right? Right? Don't hate that though. Bit more like layers to it. That's better. You never think about how difficult designing a platform is. It's not perfect, but pretty happy with that. It's just a concept after all. Ditch that layer. Ditch the old platforms. Let's not be precious. And gradient map. Ow. Alright. What color do we want the train station to be? So, that's maybe not a bad color scheme for the train station, really, but let's just zoom in. What have we got? Maybe keep in with the I mean, the train's gonna be in multiple places for fast travel. So the color scheme will just change depending on where you are. But the train itself should have a color scheme that's gonna like work with everything, I guess. Where'd that orange blue go? I kind of liked it. I feel like it would be pretty cool. Yeah. We put some more orange in the darker part. Kind of like that. And then we'll paint over some spots with
Hmm. Well, do you feel like the window should not be blue like that? You know what? It's a bit bright, isn't it? Tone it down. We're just gonna get something moody though. Nope, staying away from purple. Okay, maybe not the orange. We can do better. That first one's not bad, honestly. There's the... Maybe we can stick to that kind of color, and then we'll give the train itself. The train itself can have a different color. Train kind of blends, doesn't it? I mean, we're gonna change the window color again, but what color? What color do we make a train? I mean, I suppose the trains are usually a metal kind of color, but maybe just the right shade of blue would be fine. Nah. I need to be bold. So we'll go with this kind of reddy orange. And then let's use the polygon. And we'll fill that with blue. Oops. Let's put it on a separate layer. And then we can change it whenever we want. Now. Maybe the window should be more like black. I'll have to think about that one. Because we can do blue, and then we can do multiply. The values are a bit weak in this, but these colors aren't what I'm after right now. That blue underneath's better. Mass. Does feel like it blends in a bit much, but I feel like we can maybe if the color You know, if the track is also this red color too. It's a bit of a weird mix, that one, isn't it? I think just the front of the train needs a lot more color options, actually. So do that. I did like what it did with the window though. That's cool. Right. And then colors. Let's get some nice bright red. Some yellow. Actually, maybe more like. It's gonna be very bright. Man, this one's giving me a lot more trouble thinking. How did I do that one? Magic. Alright. I think I'm changing my mind about this color. As long as there's some bright colors on it, it should work. The green seems a bit... Maybe blue is the one. Blue seems too friendly. I think a shade of blue is gonna be good, but the values are too light right now. Something about the like red color is cool though. Maybe lean more into the pink. Why can't it be a fun color? It's just the blue lends itself to metal. That's the dilemma I'm having in my head. We've ended up in really bouncy anime music now. Uh, you know what? Fuck it. I like that. I think it works. We'll give the platforms some... Oh, that's a lot stronger than I thought. Just a little pink though. It looks like a colon. Cool, thanks. If your insides look like this, then you really need to see the doctor. You just need a bit more ambience around the edges doing. I imagine this is a static camera kind of scene anyway, so this kind of works. Let's take this color and we'll take a big brush. Right, don't want it to do that. You know what? I think struggling a bit more to figure this one out. Oh, maybe just a pale color. It's tricky because the blue really lends itself to like being metal. But hmm. I don't like that shade of blue is the problem. I'm gonna try multiply though. Then we need loads of highlights on it. And that color still looks kind of naff. Yeah. I like the train being a light color. We'll make it more red though. Here, full saturation. Probably too much. Okay, that one's on hold for now. We've been faffing with it for too long. We've still got the general idea down. I'm quite happy. We've got that done. I do feel like they clash a bit too much. Maybe, hang on, idea that probably won't work, but we'll try it anyway. Take one more and tone it down. So maybe it's gonna be, it makes it look more rusted and old then, I suppose. You know what I realized is missing? Some more stuff behind. That's the problem. Well, a problem. Wouldn't call it the problem. Behind the platform, we put like a sign and stuff too. Should be. Yeah. Picturing this as like a ticket machine. Oh, wait. If I draw on the train, then. Maybe this should be that way around to match it. Yeah, that would be better. That would be better. Let's make it taller. What am I doing?
I'm picturing the character would have to jump a little to reach it.
Knew I was missing stuff. Decorations.
Oh man, Dokami's happening soon. I'd really like to go. I'm hoping I can go next year.
Right. Where's our bread? No. What we want is to put it there. On the screen. And we'll put the buttons there. Give me bread. think the sign's done. It would be bigger. Let's just get rid of that. Maybe there'd be one in the distance. Okay. We've fiddled around enough with that one. I think some fresh eyes and I'll probably know what I want to do with the colors. It does read from a distance, at least. So I think we're on the right track, really. I think this one was a bit harder because of the different elements that need to work. The science lab's easy to fill with, like, clutter and a vignette, but what do you put in the station other than, like, just metal bars? I need to look into it more. Suppose I could fill it more, but this one seems like a bigger scene. I don't need to cover up as much. Yeah, it's fine for now. Let's see, what else did we have going on? I do still want to design the character. That's kind of a roadblock I've got right now. And the other thing I'd like to get done soon is this one. I think we'll do some more on the game project because my head's not in the space for this one right now after doing all that. And I might skip the line art and try painting it in and see how that goes. We can experiment on this one. So we'll do that. Do that on the next stream maybe. Probably maybe Saturday. These are oh, these are old sketches. I have unfortunately abandoned these ones, but they're still related to what I'm working on now. It's like a Monster City idea, so it's and it's all practice. Sometimes it feels like a waste to not finish something you started, but we're fine. Right. Do, do, do. Character stuff. Alright. And this Slayer. Hide that stuff for now. I am pretty happy with her already, although she doesn't look quite mean or crazy enough. So we'll have to sketch her some more at some point too. Yeah, she's good. It's this character we need to figure out. See, figured out some of the move ideas as well. So once we've got this character idea, we can actually... I'm just gonna take this one. No, this one actually. Maybe draw them a bit bigger now. And I do kind of picture there being like some kind of glowing light on the front of this. Because it'll be a bit of a storytelling device. I do not know how I want to do this mouse. Maybe it doesn't need to be quite so big. It's weird, I don't want to give the character like, oh, sounds weird, but too much character. Kind of want them to be a bit of a self-insert almost, I guess. Or just, you know, they don't talk is the idea. I like the long neck design, but it's a bit too long. This has potential. I do picture the hair kind of just being frayed spikes as well to mimic. Mimic the. There we go. Maybe. Eyebrows. It's weird. I'm trying to find like my own style for this. Because I still want to draw things my way. But I want them to look polished like in some of the games I'm looking at.
You off now, Roll? Thanks for watching. I might have a few more streams coming up because I've got a lot of ideas to sketch out now for this project. So we'll see. Okay, they need some cool sneakers. That's great. You love these streams? Oh, well, you probably gone now, but glad to hear it. I'm trying to make sure I stream when there's something I want to work on and it's actually going to be like worth streaming it instead of pressuring myself to have to stream on specific times on specific days. But I'm still like keeping that schedule in mind. You know, it's not like I'm going to do it totally random. It'll still just still be like likely to be on certain days. And like I'll like decide beforehand the day before, you know, I'll be like, okay, I think tomorrow I want to work on this and it's going to make for a half decent stream. Man, my eyes hurt when I zoom in on that because of the texture. I think I like this character's head now. I don't know how I got to that, but I like it. And the arms look kind of jank for now, but they're kind of meant to be just weird. I do think they could fit the sleeves better though. They're gonna have two types of arms. So, and we'll have this belly. Oh man, speaking of which, my stomach is rumbling. For some reason I pictured them in shorts. Oh, I really want them to have some super cool footwear. But if I'm gonna have to draw and animate that for like 100 frames, I'm not sure I'll manage. Chunky. And I might have to simplify. We'll see. I feel like I want them to be like an important part of the design. They look like clown shoes right now. It's better. Hmm. Let's get rid of that crap. Right. Remember to not overcomplicate it, but speaking of not overcomplicating, I've been doing Wani Kani, the like kanji learning thing every day, and it gives you like a certain number of what's it called? It's not test, it's like reviews. So it keeps reviewing you, and it has like time increments, so the better you get to know it, the further apart the increments are to see if you still remember it after a longer time. But it keeps adding more and more new ones faster than you finish them and learn them, even though I'm doing it like several times a day. Like I complete every single review and it's still like I get up in the morning and it says, hey, you have 70 reviews to do. Oh, and also he has 15 new words to do. And you're like, whoa, slow down, you know? I don't know if I like the sleeves. Maybe it's the sleeves that's bothering me here. Um, you know what? Let's just copy paste this one because you can just mess around with it. You can also give it the alt arms, which are I kind of want to be just like. So if we have this, I just want them to go into like this weird club hand. Like they don't know how to form proper hands. and then they like swish them into the blade arms for the attack, the main attack. Why didn't that work? There we go. So I don't think that sleeve will work with the big chunky arms. I suppose they don't. The sleeves don't need to actually. Because if they're a mimic, they change everything about them, not just their clothes, which means we could do this. I was trying to work small before, but I figured maybe if I work bigger and then simplify it into a smaller version, I might have more luck, because I felt like I was just scribbling random shapes before. And I give all my characters high tops. I got some new trainers recently, and I wanted them to be like basketball shoes, but they make them quite different now, and they just kind of look goofy. They don't look like the high tops I remember. So I ended up getting some pretty like normal like running trainers, like sneakers, I guess. I still like them, but it was just a little bit of a bummer, you know. You're like, guess that's just not a thing anymore. We're being lazy. Let's just do this for now. It's about the design, not the illustration. There's a difference. Would they have a belt? Maybe. I have a massive urge to give them a very asymmetrical design, but that too is a bad idea for
something you're going to animate that's going to be going left and right. So I'm trying very hard to refrain. I mean, it's something I could implement eventually, but come on, give me a good shape there. And try that. Copy paste land, here we come. Ready, go for it now. When in doubt, just keep doing iterations. I'm going to keep one with the arms underneath so I can draw different sleeves on them. We got that one. And then take that and we'll actually have the sleeves merge into the blades. Maybe it needs teeth to it. Oh, it's a Gura playlist. The ukulele is pretty cute. Here we go. While we're doing the character, may as well. You know, it does look more monstery, and it's a good size. This could work. I actually, I actually like that a lot more now. Okay, we're onto something. I did do all this stuff before. I was trying all kinds out. Oh, those arms look so much better, like big chunky ones. And the arm sleeve things I like too. I feel like those arms will be a bit easier to animate too because they're just kind of blocky. And the fingers are just like nubs. And the idea that the sleeve also changes fits so much better than what I had before. Um, the big toothy mouth thing is still part of the idea. If we take that and I mean that thing's too tiny. It's not gonna work. Might help. I was thinking of adding some different clothes in. Hey, Demon Queen. Welcome. Working on the design for my character for a little game project I started doing. What is that emote, by the way? It looks great. It's an Iron Mouse one, nice. I haven't fully figured out this part with the mouse thing, but we're getting there. Maybe change the outfit. Oh, that was it. I remember now. The ankle sock thing. That was the idea. Okay, let's do another. Just keep doing iterations. Hey, Brattleboro. Wow. People are all showing up when I've been here for 4.5 hours and I'm getting hungry. How are you? I'm good, thanks. I hope you're good too. I'll give you a quick, let me show you some of the other stuff I've got. So, I did these ones off stream as part of my ideas. It's like a mad scientist monster lady playing Apex. Nice. I tried that for a while, but I was playing on console, and I think I'm just not a fan of battle royales involving snipers. Like the distances people shoot you from are crazy. I like competitive, but I think I did enjoy it when I was playing with a couple of friends. It's hard to join a game like that when everybody else has been playing it for a long time and you're new, because like everyone's really advanced the meta, you know? Like the learning curve's a lot steeper. But it's like Titanfall 2 had all this great movement and stuff, and Apex is the basically like the next installment. They just sort of turned it into a battle royale instead of a single player. So I think I would have done better with a mouse and keyboard as well. I think it's not ideal on console. The aiming side of things is kind of rough. I think take all of that stuff and put it in another game like Titanfall 2, and I'd be pleased as punch. I'm just not into battle royales, I suppose. But that's me. Yeah, so we have the doctor here, and we did a sketch of the lab. Well, I did these off stream, and then we've been doing some more on the character just now, but let's see. We have a few concepts for areas in the game. So here we have the lab again. And then today we did this one, which is the interior of the lab, which the more I look at, the happier I am with it, actually. Maybe I just got lucky or had some good references, but this one kind of just came together after I did enough. And then we've been working on this one as well, but this one's kind of, I'm a bit stuck. It's not quite where I want it, but it's like close. It's like, what's the term? Hanging train is what they call them, but I feel like that's a horrible name. Like Sky Train? I don't know. It's like a monorail, but it hangs upside down. So we've been working on those today, and then I do have this I want to get done fairly soon, but my mind has been focused purely on the game idea stuff today. It's like my head's not in the right space to jump into this one right now. So I wanted to figure out the character so I can actually animate some, uh, make a sprite sheet and put it in Unity and actually get things working, you know? Don't know why I'm cleaning that up, I'm not using it. I had all these tiny little rough sketches and they were like kind of working, but not quite. Some ideas for moves as well. And then I had eventually got into this kind of idea, and now I've got this, which I actually like, which is a good sign. And we were about to. Oh, that was it. I had remembered that I wanted to do something else with the feet for the socks type thing. So we get rid of all that shading and stuff. By the way, I was playing Marvel Rivals a bit, and I kind of liked it because I used to play Overwatch before it became, you know, cancerous. Like Overwatch 1. Um, but I don't know, I lost interest in Marvel Rivals pretty quickly. I still think it's good, it's just kind of, I don't know. Some of the characters don't exactly wow me. I think it's maybe just a bit of a Marvel thing. Like, I've watched pretty much all the movies, and you know, there's some good ones, but I'm not too into playing as characters, like especially Spider-Man. I'll get I'll get murdered for this, but I do not care about Spider-Man. He's just such a nothing burger to me now, and I think it's because we've had so much Spider-Man for so many years. It's just a new game and they have to balance it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind how the balancing stuff is for now because I'm not taking it too seriously. Like, I just wanted to unlock stuff and level up and then see how into it I got from that point. So that part's alright. Yeah, back to my Spider-Man rant. It's just like, how much Spider-Man do we need? Into the Spider-Verse, amazing. Yeah. I enjoyed the Marvel versions of Spider-Man a lot too. I mean, I saw all the other Spider-Mans way back when. I've seen them all, but we had Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, like a long time ago. Then we had, was it Amazing Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield? And I think we had two of those movies, but those movies sucked. Andrew Garfield was great, but those movies sucked. Um, and then was that when we got the reinvention of it with Marvel? And there's been so many games too. So I think I'm just tired of seeing more Spider-Man, you know? I don't think Spider-Man sucks. I'm just sick of seeing Spider-Man. Like, I worked on the PlayStation 4 Spider-Man game, and I didn't think the game was. I mean, the animation was great because that's what I worked on. Um, and story's great and everything, but the gameplay itself just felt like story.
Like the combat was not refined in any way. It was just hordes of rando enemies. Okay, if I put stripes on this, is this gonna be the end of me or? Well, anyway, Spider-Man ran over, but hearing his voice lines in Marvel Rivals just annoyed me. But how many times can you reinvent a lucky teenager? Um, Maybe that's too chunky. This is starting to remind me of Pepper Ann. I don't know if I'm showing my age now. Let's do that. And then line them there. I want the feet to be more chunky. I feel like the chunky feet's gonna balance out the design, like slim body, chunky arms, chunky feet. I want the feet to be involved in some of the moves. God, Mega Man had some great music. Do that. And then how's that look? I'm putting too much detail into the sneakers now, but it's fine. We'll stop there with that foot and put it in place. We should fix the shorts, I suppose. Oh, you know, I think this is the song I most remember from Mega Man X. I don't know if you can hear it. The volume's maybe too low. Got to be pockets on here too.
Need to stretch and stuff. Actually, you know what? Let's just copy paste that one. And do the old switcheroo. Actually, I'm gonna put these two on separate layer of their own because these two I think are actually what I want. Just color code my layers. Beautiful. Who's going 20 minutes back up? Whatever. Do that, please. Wow, it's amazing how much long-time memory kicks in. I remember this music as being the password screen, I think. mm. Shots the dark. A dark top too. Don't know. Oh, but then the color's dark. as well, isn't it? Instead, we'll give you a dark skin tone. Then the teeth will stand out too. So maybe we're gonna mess with yeah. Oops. That's And they can have the white hair, which everybody always loves. And the collar would be very dark. Oh man, I'm thinking about gradients now. Like, uh, that. I do like them all though. I think those values will work better on the other one too. Well, I think that's a good place to call it for today. It's 7. I need to have some food and go to the gym. We actually got a lot done today. Pretty pleased. Okay. Oh, it is. Enough of that music. There we go. Okay, well, we'll call it then. Good 5 hour stream almost. Got a good few things done, so thanks very much for hanging out. And I might be back on Saturday or Sunday because I've got plenty of stuff to work on. It depends if it's worth streaming or not. And well, we'll do a raid, even though it's probably only me. But we'll go raid Octogear because I haven't seen Octogear stream in a while. Just seen them posting. Yeah, once again, thanks for hanging out. Workers are always welcome. If the music sucks or it's too quiet, let me know. Or the mic's too loud, let me know. Can always just change that stuff. Yep. Hopefully it's all good. Alright, let's go see Octogear now. Bye.